You take care of all of us. You always do. Yeah. That's what everybody asks me all the time. What do you get paid to do all this? Not only this one, but all this. I leave Quad City area. Like, first off, I didn't do fucking dirt. Second off, I did it because I wanted to keep racing. So when broken down to smaller portions. They won't be like all in the same heat.
There's no input device for that microphone in here. There's no input device for the microphone. There's no input device. Like, no way for the phone to be on.
Yeah, there is. Right there.
That's for that.
No, that's both.
Oh.
Yeah. Watch. So what?
All right. I'll take it.
I'm running the camera. Teaching my son how to do the rest of it. Yeah.
Oh, yeah?
Yep. Yeah, we're live on YouTube. Yes, sir. DIRT Kart Nation.
Dirt Kart.
DIRT Kart?
Dirt Kart.
Yes, sir. Check one, check one, check two. Check one, check two. Check one, check two. Here we go.
Technical difficulties all taken care of?
Took it apart and put it all back together. So we have sound at the moment, so we're good.
Okay. Adult clone heavy drivers on deck. Adult clone heavy drivers, you're up. Junior King of the Champs, you follow the adult clones. Then Senior King of the Champ and our Race of Champions. You bet. Remember, drivers and crews, it's cones in the first round, no cones in round two. Our lone adult clone on the speedway is Cameron Bergen out of Shearsville, Indiana, in that 04. 4 drivers are entered. Jonathan Coleman from New London, Iowa. Sam Ingram out of Morocco, Indiana, and Nathan Lynch from Morocco, Indiana as well. Nathan will be working, most of those guys probably working the King of the Champ, and so they'll just take second round clone practice as the one they will use. Thank you. And remember, drivers and crews, it's cones up round 1, no cones round 2. We put that cones up in round 1 so we can work that, widen that racing groove out. Coleman's 8:01 now, joins Bergen in clone heavy. Guys will work the high side with the cones up for the first half of this practice set. And our guys will throw the caution. We'll pull the cones down and give them the full racetrack for the back half of round 1. Remember, no cones in round 2. Coleman, quickest of these 2 drivers, even with the cones. 4:06. white flag for Bergen and Coleman. Coleman quickest of 13.550. Junior King of the Champs getting ready. Senior King of the Champs on deck. And then Race of Champions. Race of Champions. Look out, got a spinner on the back on that front straightaway. Everybody clear. Here comes our race of champions. First round practice. To have qualified for this event, the driver had to have finished in the top 3 in any of our series main events. So just like Boone Super Nationals, you have to earn your spot in the race of champions by ending up in the top 3 during our season-long series, or having been a past top 3 performer over the course of the last 3 years. Last set of practice laps in round 1. Junior 1 drivers, be ready for your second and final round practice. Junior 1 drivers, to the head of that grid for your second and final round practice. Remember, in round 2, there will be no cones. No cones on the racetrack. We'll work that bottom in. Caution on the speedway, somebody's lost the rear bumper. That's a big old debris sitting out there in turn 1. King of the Champ, and then our Race of Champions to conclude our round of practice. Final round of practice, no cones on the speedway. Junior 1s will be up first, then Junior 2, then Adult Clone, then our Junior King of the Champs, then our Senior King of the Champ, then our Race of Champions. King of the Champion practice continues in this final round.
my next job.
Okay.
Miles.
The next item up on the racing agenda will be for our Junior King of the Champs. Junior King of the Champs full qualifying. That is up next on the race order. We'll have starts on the track at 6:15. So that'll get you about 20 minutes. So Junior King of the Champs full qualifying. You are first up. Starting at 6:15. We'll crown our queen here in a few moments. Following the Junior King of the Champs, we'll have Senior King of the Champs pole qualifying, and then we'll move into our heat races. I believe before we go to the heat races, though, we'll have that feature. So it's pole qualifying before we go into the heat races. Junior King of the Champs first, Senior King of the Champs to follow.
It's working again.
We're good. Okay. No, but you'd like to be more in an administrative role. Right. That. Okay. So again, a reminder, drivers and crews, that pole qualifying is first up in our Junior King of the Champs. Junior King of the Champs pole qualifying. You are first up at 6:15. That is 15 minutes from now, so you need to be in that grid and ready to roll at 6:15. Following the Junior King of the Champs pole qualifying, it'll be our Senior King of the Champs pole qualifying. Once those two classes have qualified, we'll put a break in the schedule, because then the next item up after qualifying will be the King's Privilege. The top 16 drivers on time will start that King's Privilege race. The top 2 drivers from that race will be locked into Saturday's King of the Champs final. But they'll redraw for their starting position. They can accept the redraw position they select, or they can reject that, and then the next person in the running order will come up for their redraw. So if first place after the King's Privilege draws 15th out of 20 and decide, now I can race my way into a better starting position points-wise than that, they'll reject the redraw. They'll go back into the heat race pool. The second place driver will then redraw. If they draw a favorable position and they accept that, they'll be done and locked into tomorrow in that starting position. They'll get practice. At the same time, the other King of the Champ drivers are running heat races tomorrow in that same running order, so that they'll be able to keep up with the track, how it's moving, how it's changing, what they want to do with tire prep and all of that kind of thing for that King of the Champ final. Then the third place, if first place doesn't accept the redraw, third place would come and choose. If they accept the redraw, then those 2 drivers would be locked in. Everybody else will move into the 2 rounds of heat races for tonight. After that King's Privilege and the redraw, then we'll go up to Junior 1 for their first round heat, to Junior 2 for their first round heat, the adult clone for their first round heat. There are 2 heats in Junior King of the Champ and several heats in the Senior King of the Champ. So we'll run through that order. Then the final event of the evening, after the main events have been run, the Race of Champions will take place. The Queen will set the lineup for that, and we'll crown her in just a few minutes.
people watching.
So far, the only 2 comments. We're up to almost 300 views though in the
Okay.
2.5, 3 hours we've been online.
Nice. I just posted it. His mom shared it
Yeah.
with me, and I shared it on my Facebook page. So hopefully we can get our
Coach Eli and Wayne.
We didn't really do a whole lot during practice.
Yeah.
I just kept it on a double shot and left it at that.
We'll get the good stuff now.
Yeah.
Is the audio starting to work?
Yeah, the cable for some reason it's cutting out on my end. I don't know why. I said I'm watching it.
Caleb said I'll be so tall.
I thought the same thing too. I wasn't gonna say anything. Fucking got passed by Sam out there, didn't he?
Why am I getting like that? Why is towards like that?
I hate that. I can't figure out how to get that off of there.
See right there, Firewater.
There you go. He's right here. I'm trying to figure out how to get this off of there. Probably gotta go to the studio, don't I? No, I don't want that one. That's where the screen's at. Hopefully then somebody can click it. Settings. I can set up there. Like that, right?
That's the look of a queen for sure.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
10 more minutes and that sun will be down. Junior King of the Champ pole qualifying coming up. We've got just a little over 5 minutes. Junior King of the Champs, start making your way toward that starting grid. Junior King of the Champs. We're about 5 minutes away. So Junior King of the Champs, let's be making your way toward that starting grid for pole qualifying. Senior King of the Champs, you'll follow. Senior King of the Champs, you will follow those juniors. Once qualifying is complete in those 2 classes, we'll take a break, and then our King's Privilege feature will be the next item up. The top 16 drivers on time will be locked into the King's Privilege, with the top 2 finishers advancing to the redraw and potentially locking themselves in to tomorrow night's King of the Champ. The twist in all of that is if the redraw comes back, say you get first in the King's Privilege, but you redraw 15th, that driver has the option to not accept that redraw and go back into the heat race process, earning points and trying to qualify on points for the King of the Champ final. 2 drivers will be locked in after that King's Privilege. Then when the King's Privilege final is complete, we'll go through the heat races in all of our classes. Junior King of the Champs. Pole qualifying to the starting grid, please. Junior King of the Champs. Pole qualifying to the starting grid, please.
That's whoever wins. Well, the end of the night.
Just lay this.
You take a picture of it? Yeah. Get a picture of her. They're all going to Michigan.
The sky is really hoping to put us.
Yeah, once it gets dark, you won't be able to see it. Are you into that one?
Honestly, we should flash. You can't do it with the promises. Yeah, done. Unless we can light up, which doesn't really help either.
Final call.
Whoops.
Final call on Junior King of the Champ pole qualifying. Final call on Junior King of the Champ qualifying. Junior King of the Champs to the starting grid for qualifying. with them?
Yeah.
Okay.
Can you let Buddy Wilson, number 61, Buddy Wilson, know that he is starting or qualifying in the 21st position?
21st.
Yep. And there's a new lineup sheet.
Okay.
Just announce it and send it, please.
A reminder for senior King of the Champ qualifying. There is a new qualifying lineup posted on the lineup board. Senior King of the Champ drivers, check the lineup board for a new qualifying lineup. Okay, juniors are all there. That's what I'm hoping for. All right, looks like most of our junior King of the Champ qualifiers are in staging, getting ready. So as everyone gets set, let's see whether or not they're going to blow the track off before we do, or if we're. Looks like we had trouble with the golf cart again. Got it going, was running for a little bit, but now it apparently has died and in the infield. All right, looks like we've got the blower started, and we'll just walk it around to clear the speedway. We go to qualifying, it'll be 2 carts at a time.
The way it's going to work is they'll go out.
They'll come all the way around, take a warm-up, get the green.
Yes. And then they'll
Get the white, and get the checker, gives them 3 laps.
Yep, 3 good laps.
3 good laps. A reminder as we get started with qualifying momentarily, it'll be 2 carts at a time. The carts will come onto the speedway, pass the start-finish line, make a complete lap, and then take the green flag. That will start their 3-lap run. They'll come around and take the white, then come around and take the checkered. They'll get 3 good timed laps. So they'll get a green, they'll get a second green, then a white, and the checkered, so that each driver gets 3 laps of qualifying. he's fine. He's almost done. No sense in sit and push. No, just let him walk it off.
Bigger races we're gonna start doing. You have to watch this. I want you. We're not doing it yet. We'll time out and then jump in.
I better turn the light. He better turn the lights on.
They're going too long.
I don't know how fast they come on.
Do it now for moderator.
They need to turn them on.
I'll do all that. I'll let you do it.
All right, looks like we've completed our track preparations. Our carts are waiting in staging. Qualifying will begin momentarily, and before we do, let's conclude our pre-race ceremonies. We had our invocation prior to our drivers' meeting earlier this afternoon. Time to pay tribute to this country of ours. Old Glory flies over the center of our beautiful speedway here at K3, and we'll take an opportunity to honor the men and women who protect the freedoms that we enjoy, to simply come here and enjoy the sport of kart racing. And so if everybody would, take a moment, stand quietly where you are. Gentlemen, remove your hats. We'll pay tribute to the United States of America with our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get underway with qualifying here tonight. We start with our junior King of the Champs, pole qualifying. Groups of 2, 3 laps each driver. Group 1 should be John Sparks and Zoe Provenzino. White flag coming. Zach Centerchia with a 13.025. Dawson Spatola at 13.464. Final pass. Centerchia with a 12.894. Spatola at 13.425. Cash Holohan. Braxton Adkins. Atkins goes 13.224, lap 1. Holohan at 13.353. Second pass coming. Atkins to the pole with an 8.66, 12.866. Holohan to third with a 13.205. Final pass coming. Atkins no quicker. He'll take that 12.866. So it's Atkins, Sotachia, Holohan, and Spatola right now. 1 through 4. Here comes Knox Delheimer. Colton Reichner. Delheimer with a 6:49. Reichner with a 7:46. Both 13-second laps. Delheimer into fourth now at 13.220. Reichner into fifth with a 4:04. Final pass is coming. Delheimer to third with a 13.159. Reichner will settle for fifth with a 13.241. Braxton Atkins, current pole sitter with a 12.866. The 17M of Logan Minter and the 32 of Jace Jurgens. Minter and Jurgens. Minter lap 1 of 14.020. Jurgens lap 1 of 13.382. They're 6th and 8th. Minter now to fourth with a 13.180. Jurgens second pass. Still 7th with a 13.254. Minter's final pass. Can he improve? Yes, he does, to third with a 13.059. Jurgens settles for 7th with that 13.254. Atkinson at 12.866. Center Chia at 12.894, the only sub-13-second lap so far. Then Minter, Delheimer, and Holohan. Levi Harriman. And Drake Saltzman. Harriman with a 13.49. 499, Saltzman at 13.776. Harriman on lap 2, fifth quick at 13.168. Saltzman, lap 2, still in that 10th spot with a 6.46. Harriman's final pass, no better. He'll take the 168 and 5th. Saltzman will finish at 13.283. His best lap there on lap 3 will start him 9th. Final couple of groups. This is Ethan Fry. That should be Avery Saltzman, and it is. Fry, lap 1 to the is third quick at 13.010. Fry to the pole on pass number 2 with a 6.94. Ethan Fry to the pole. Final pass. And Saltzman even quicker with a 12.631. Or Fry with a 6.31. Avery Saltzman's best lap of 13.458. Avery is 12th. But Fry quickest at 12.631. Then Atkinson, Center Chia, Minter, and Delheimer, your top 5. Last to qualify, this is Caden Sexton. Senior King of the Champs. You're up next. Senior King of the Champ qualify. Sexton, lap 1 is at 13, 6:55. Sexton, lap 2 is fifth quick with a 13:068. Final pass coming. Caden's last trip of the watch. Won't be any faster. Lap number 2 will be his best time at 13:068. So it's Fry and Atkinson, Center Chia and Minter, Sexton and Delheimer, your top 6 in Junior King of the Champs. Senior King of the Champ pole qualifying coming up next. Remember, the top 16 drivers on time will be locked into tonight's King's Privilege. Group 1 starts with Ken Larson, the 16, and John Sparks in the 23. Larson and Sparks, Group 1. Senior champ, king of the champs. Larson, lap 1 is at 13:124. Sparks, lap 1 is at 12:889. Larson, lap 2, a 12:810. Sparks, a 12:377. Final pass coming for Larson. Larson's final pass. No better, that 8:10. Sparks' final pass, no better. He'll settle for the 12:377, but that'll be good enough for the pole through Group 1. Group 2 should have Jonathan Coleman and Nathan Lynch. Or at least that's the schedule pair. Looks like it'll be a solo run. Trouble in the grid. So off and going is Jonathan Coleman in that 227. Right now, 12:377 puts you on the pole. Coleman a 14:1. Coleman coming around for his second time lap of 13:424. Going to have to step that up just a little bit. Got to be sub 13 to really guarantee yourself. Coleman's final pass, no better. That second lap will be his best at 13:424. Here comes Nathan Lynch in the 0. Should be joined then by Travis Hollingsworth. Nope, looks like it'll be a solo run for Lynch. Lynch and Coleman were supposed to go together. First lap for Lynch is a 12:828. Nathan off of 4. Second pass. Second quick with a 5:14. Needs about 2/10 for the pole. Off of 4. Coming to the checkers. No, it's a 4:11. He's second quick. Lynch with a 12:411. That'll qualify him second. Here comes J.R. Roofer and Travis Hollingsworth. JR lap 1 at 13:661. Hollingsworth at 12:939. Second pass. Roper of 595, 13:595. Hollingsworth to third with a 12:591. Final pass. Rupert a fifth with a 4:02. Hollingsworth will settle for lap 2. That 5:91, he's currently third. 4 drivers, sub 13. Remember, top 16 on time will run the King's Privilege. That's next. Here comes Lucas Herhol. And he'll be joined. Herhol with an 8:44. Provenzano with a 13:147. Herhol the fourth with a 6:71. Final pass. Provenzano to fifth with a 7:49. Herhol and Provenzano go fourth and fifth. And now the top 6 drivers are all sub 13 seconds. Sparks, Lynch, Hollingsworth, Herhol, and Provenzano, your top 5. The 811 of Brandon Kavanaugh and the 89 of Cale Gross. Gross goes 14:090. Kavanaugh, 7th quick with a 13:312. Second lap for Gross to the 7th spot with a 13:082. Kavanaugh coming to the white. Kavanaugh to 7th with a 12:935. Final pass coming for Gross. No pass. A 12:971 is 8. Kavanaugh's final pass will be 7th with a 12:935. And now the top 8 drivers are sub 13 seconds. 8 more spots up for grabs in the King's Privilege. Got to be sub 13. Alan Line. Trent Smith. Lynch and Smith. Smith goes 13:591. Line at 13:793. Line lap 2 at 13:673. Smith to 9th with a 13:061. Final passes. Line to 12th with a 13:578. Trent Smith to 9th with a 12:992. Approaching the top 16 times, and then the bumping will begin as drivers knock drivers out of that King's Privilege. Only the top 16 will make it. Randy Nesbitt, 79. Nathan Rogers in the 17. Nesbitt and Rogers. Nesbitt lap 1 is a 13:558. Rogers lap 1 a 14:465. Nesbitt, lap number 2. No faster. Rogers, second pass at 13:793. Right now they're 12th and 14th. Final pass. And Nesbitt to the top 5 with a 12:688. Rogers to 14th with a 7:93. 13:793. So Randy Nesbitt certainly punching his ticket. Right now 5th with that 688. Kyle Phelps. Dustin Heath. Phelps, lap 1 is a 12:973's 10th. Heath, lap 1 is 5th with a 676. Phelps quicker on lap 2 with a 9:71. He's the third now with a 4:56. Sparks, Lynch, Heath right now 1, 2, and 3. Final pass. He's fastest with a 4:13, but he's still third, but that'll be plenty good enough for the King's Privilege. Phelps ninth with an 8:25. Here comes our next pair. Jessica Hamilton and Juan Greeno. Hamilton, lap 1 is a 9:89. She's 12th. Greeno, lap 1 is a 9:32. He's 10th. Hamilton, lap number 2. She's 12th with a 9:66. Greeno into 5th with a 6:17. Final pass, Hamilton. Hamilton to 5th with a 5:92. Greeno will stay with a 6:17, and he'll now be 6th. Both should comfortably be in the King's Privilege. Remember, the top 16 get in. Right now, that's Jonathan Coleman on the bubble. Jeffrey Hamilton and Austin McInvale. Hamilton and McInvale both move in. McInvale to 8th with a 6:57. Hamilton to the 16th spot. Now 14th with a 9:51. Hamilton to 13th on his final pass. And McInvale to 4th with a 5:30. So Trent Smith now on the bubble in 16th spot. And he'll be bumped out on lap 1 as Kavanaugh moves into 5th, into 15th. John Babcock with a 14.030. Right now, Cale Gross on the bubble in that 16th and final spot with 2 groups to go. $12,971 is right now the final spot in the King's Privilege. Here comes the second to the last pair. Jacob Sinerchia, Buddy Wilson. Cole Roten right now 19, now 15th with a 12.860. Roten qualifies his way in. Jacob Sinerchia also in with a 12.685. So both final pair should be Cullen Holm. And it looks like Cullen by himself in the 79H. First lap. For Holm is a 14.478. Lap number 2 gets him to 16th and the 12 with a 12.862. Holm in the final spot of the King's Privilege. Final pass coming. And it'll be his best all the way to 8th with a 6:06. So Kyle Phelps, the final spot in the King's Privilege with a 12:825. But John Sparks will lead him with a 12:377. The difference from fastest qualifier to final transfer spot, 15/100ths of a second. 15/100ths of a second between first and 16th. That's how tightly they are bunched. So that'll set the field for our King's Privilege, and that should be next on the schedule. Because remember, we're locking in 2 from that King's Privilege. For the King's Privilege.
King's Privilege Juniors.
Oh, we have a junior King's Privilege? Everybody's making that?
They are the adults, only 16.
Right, I got that.
So the juniors, yes, all of them.
Okay. So the King's Privilege for the juniors is next.
Yep.
7:15. All right. For those it
For
is.
tonight.
For those guys it is.
Yep, for tonight.
Right.
After that race. The top 2 can draw.
Right. So the junior's going to have the same kind of format as this. So our junior King of the Champ privilege, our junior King's Privilege is up next. All the junior King's drivers will lock in the top 2. They'll have the same format as the adults, meaning the top 2 finishers will redraw and either accept the redraw or go back into the heat race process, just like the adults. And then that adult King's Privilege final will come up after the juniors. So junior King's Privilege up next, and then our senior King's Privilege to follow. The junior King's Privilege at 7:15. That's 10 minutes. That's 15 minutes from now. 7:15 for the junior King's Privilege. 7:15 for the junior King's Privilege. And then immediately following the junior King's Privilege, we'll have the senior King's Privilege to lock in the top 2 for that King of the Champs final for tomorrow night. So the next 2 races are the main events tonight for the junior King of the Champs and senior King of the Champs. They will still have heat races after for those drivers who do not finish in the top two. They'll have their first 2 rounds of heat races later, but we'll go to the King's Privilege for the juniors, followed by the Senior King's Privilege coming up at 7:15.
Question: the privilege? What is that you were just talking about? The king?
It's their feature.
Oh, the feature.
They're running their feature. The top 2 will lock in to tomorrow's Junior King of the Champ feature.
Okay, but it has.
They'll redraw just like the adult. It's just like the adults.
Okay.
Except it's for the juniors.
Okay, but that for tomorrow then.
The top 2 will lock in.
Top 2 lock in.
Unless they don't want their redraw. If the top 2 draw, if the guy who wins draws 13 through 14, he ain't taking that.
Right.
I mean, unless he really wants to put
Right.
on a show.
Okay.
But then third place would have the chance to draw.
Okay.
And we keep going until 2 accept their draw.
Okay.
You bet. It's confusing, but it's kind of cool. It's confusing, but it's cool as hell. That should be Avery Salt. Line lap 2 at 13,673.
Well, you got a pill draw.
Right.
And if I don't get a good pill draw,
Oh, then you go with the heat race. You get a good field draw.
What he said.
Yep, I'm taking that. If you don't get a good field draw, you go the junior or 40 for the adult? 40 for the senior and 30 for the junior? Okay. All right. I don't know. I guess I never really saw. I never paid attention enough to see whether or not how many laps it was.
Yeah, I think it's 40 laps for the seniors, and then break halfway through. It's just like a caution to watch out.
Oh, caution! They start to clear the lappers. And, yeah, gotcha. All right. All right, let's go. 10 minutes. Junior King's Privilege, 10 minutes. Junior King's Privilege, 10 minutes. Junior King's Privilege, 10 minutes. That means in 5 minutes you start walking your way to the starting grid so that you're ready and lined up for the Junior King's Privilege. Senior King's Privilege, you follow. Senior King's Privilege, you follow. Junior King's Privilege, you're up next. I believe when we complete our Junior King's Privilege, Her Royal Highness Queen Lily will handle the redraw, I believe. I'll have to check with Her Majesty and see whether or not that's the case, but I believe she'll be handling the redraw. Being fitted for her royal tiara as we speak. I mean, if you don't get that straight, that's just not going to, I mean, wow. Okay.
mean, everybody's locked in it, but
In the season. Yeah. Okay, so that's the point.
I've been,
You two.
I've been
And
calling
they're
that.
gonna heat. Then they're gonna heat race just like you.
I've been calling it 6 weeks, dude. 3 weeks. I can't remember what it's called. It's Halloween. That'll
It's
work.
just confusing. So we're gonna do a feature, which is the King's Privilege, and then if the top two want to lock in, they won't run the heat race. Are we running any more heat races tonight?
We're running 2 heats. If you don't finish in the top 2 or you don't take the lock in, we run 2 heats.
So what kind of heat races are tomorrow? 2 more?
2 more.
And,
They all count as 4.
and the King's Privilege drivers will get a session of practice every time you heat race.
So, I guess that's worth it.
That way they're staying up with the track.
So one said we're going to be here till 5 o'clock in the morning. I said our motorhomes are here. We're going to be here at 5 o'clock in the morning anyway.
I hope we're not here at 5 o'clock in the morning. All right, final call for Junior King's Privilege. Final call for Junior King's Privilege. Let's be moving to the starting grid. Final call on Junior King's Privilege. We're getting set to lock in 2 drivers for the Junior King of Champs final tomorrow night. Just like we will with the seniors coming up next. So it's juniors, then senior.
So it's junior 2 right now.
It's all junior. Junior King's Privilege. It's not junior 2.
There's no lineup up there.
Oh, I don't know what's going on in that. I don't see one yet on my race pass either.
So
In fact, there wasn't.
Is this class racing right now?
Yep.
That class racing right now. Okay.
They're going to run their King's. They're going to run their King's Privilege.
Make it or
Everybody makes this. Everybody runs this race. The top 2 finishers will have a redraw and potentially lock themselves in to tomorrow's big money final.
They've got 13 cars that they're going to draw from. That's your starting grid.
Oh, they're going to draw for the top now.
Guys,
Oh, after the race.
they can lock in now,
Right.
or they can refuse it. And
Okay.
next guy,
King is bad. King is what you want. That would be 1.
basically, we're going backwards because everybody thinks they can go more.
So
2.
2, 3. Okay, and the juice would be 13.
I guess it's a good one.
King would be first. There you go. King and ace would be last. The ace would be last. Because you want the king. You want the king to be
Yeah,
1.
king of the champ. So king is 1.
Yeah. Okay.
So as they draw, it's going to
Okay.
be like they're hoping for the king, you know. Or
Yeah. Yep. Yep. All right, Rick's got the cards that the top 2 drivers will draw from. There are positions king through ace. There are 13 cards. So the top 2 drivers will lock in. Everybody else is headed for heat races. We have 2 heat races, or 3 maybe in junior. At least 2. Which drivers will accumulate points, setting themselves up for that Junior King of Champs. Final call on Junior King's Privilege. Final call on Junior King's Privilege. Senior King's Privilege drivers, be ready. Junior King Privilege is up first, then our Senior King's Privilege. They're going to have the redraw anyway, probably. So you're probably going to have 5 or 10 minutes between races, because I think they're going to redraw right after the privilege. I believe so. I may be wrong, but I'm thinking that that's the plan. I think they're going to redraw. So our junior King's Privilege will start like this with Ethan Fry and Braxton Atkinson on the front row. Zach Soderchia and Logan Minter in row 2. Caden Sexton and Knox Delheimer in row 3. Levi Harriman and Cash Holohan in row 4. Colton Reichner and Jace Jurgens in row 5. Drake Saltzman and Dawson Spatola in row 6. And Avery Saltzman in row 7. 13 drivers. The top 2 finishers will redraw, and they will either accept the card they've drawn and the starting position for tomorrow, or they will move into the heat race lineups, and we'll just go down the lineup until we have 2 junior drivers locked in. Just the same as we will do with the adults. If you're in this King's Privilege, either the junior or the senior, the card you want to draw is the King. Clearly you want to draw the King. That'll put you on the pole. If you draw the Ace, that'll put you in 20th. For the adults, for the juniors, that'll put you in 13th. So right now you really want to draw one of those face cards. You want to draw that King, Queen, or a Jack to get those top 3 starting spots. Even the 10 would be a decent draw. That would be outside of row 2. So Fry, Atkinson, Soderchia and Mitten, Sexton and Delheimer, Harriman and Holohan, Reichner and Jurgens, Saltzman, Spatola and Saltzman. That's your lineup for our Junior King's Privilege. Top 2 finishers will get the redraw. And we'll see how they play this. You draw something like the King, boom, you're taking that. That's the pole for the Junior King of Champs tomorrow. You won't have to run another heat race, just practice. That is serious soap opera drama right there, boys. We're talking television afternoon soap opera. My brother dating, and then they hit each, and it was, yeah, that's it. No. I don't even want to think about it. I don't even want to think about it. It makes my head hurt just thinking about it.
6 inches. No, you mean feet? Inches.
You flew 6 inches. That's not flying. That's like fall. That's not even a really good fall. That's 2 feet. That's sort of a fall.
I'm at 100 inches.
Okay. That's a fall. That would be a flying fall.
Yeah, I was like,
That would be
went
about
up.
5 or 6 feet.
I was as tall as up here.
So our Junior King's Privilege all set down and ready to roll away, looks like. Moving our track officials back into position. So Ethan Fry and Braxton Atkinson, that'll be your front row in our Junior King's Privilege. All right, the motors have come to life, and here we go. Junior King's Privilege. Top two drivers to the redraw and potentially locking themselves into the Junior King of Champs final tomorrow. Everybody else going to go back into the heat races tonight and again tomorrow, and here they come. Brian Atkinson, Senator Chien Minter, Sexton and Delheimer, Harriman and Houlihan, Reichner, Jurgens, Saltzman, Spatola, and Saltzman. I'll line them up again and try to go this time. 15 laps the distance. Top two drivers to the redraw. Fry and Atkinson, your front row. Into 3 out of 4. Still not going to get a start. In fact, we're going to be big old pile up over in turn 4. It's rush hour. So we'll get them sorted out. Got them kind of hung up. Trying to get them separated. There we go. Looks like we finally got them separated. That one was Harriman's 20. Levi coming around, making sure everything's A-okay. Shake it out a little bit. And looks like he's okay. Gonna pull back up. So it'll be Fry and Atkinson. All right, so everybody that was involved got a chance to kind of take apart a lap, shake it down, make sure everything's working, make sure nothing's broken in the steering. Drake Saltzman. Have yet to complete a green flag lap, so we go back to the original double file starting lineup. Remember, they were told, drivers were told at the drivers' meeting that after the leader had taken the green of lap 1, they've completed a lap, then every restart is a single file after that. But we haven't even really gotten that green flag at all yet. Ryan Atkinson will lead them to the green. Everybody looks like they're set. All 13 carts lined up. Remember, the top 2 will be a part of the redraw. They'll either accept the redraw and be locked into tomorrow night's Junior King of Champs, or they'll reject the redraw and they'll be locked into the heat races tonight. And we'll keep going with the redraw until somebody does lock in. All right, here they come. Looking to go green this time. Keep them slow and steady. That looks pretty good. Off of 4, green flag is in the air. Fry quickly out to the early advantage. Inside line coming through. Bit of contact. Got one stall. Still going. Caution has come out though. And another 2 are connected together. It looks like it might be Saltzman and Harriman again that have hooked up on the front straightaway just short of the scoring tower. So that'll end our double file starts. And now I believe we'll go single file for the rest of the evening for these guys in this Junior King's Privilege. Still without a single lap complete. We are 0 laps down and 15 laps to go. Fry and then Atkinson should be the 1. Then the 77, Center Chia, the 17M of Minter, the 02 of Sexton, 34 of Delheimer. Brian Atkinson, Center Chia and Minter, Sexton and Delheimer. That's your front 6, and that's what's sitting on the back straightaway. Cash Holohan, and then Colton Reichner, Jace Jurgens, Drake Saltzman, Dawson Spatola, and Avery Saltzman should round out your lineup. Comes Harriman. Levi should be between Delheimer. Delheimer's 34, and Holohan's 99. Rest of the field starting to move. Still got the back of the field waiting. All right. Field should get, let's see if we do get the one to go this time. Now looks like we're going to go at least another parade lap before we go green. Again, no laps down, still 15 laps to go. All right, roll green flag this time. We go green next time. Maybe.
Yeah, right, maybe.
Here we go. Fry and Atkinson. Center Chia and Minter. Green flag is in the air. We're off and going green, green, green. And single file will lead them off of turn 2. Sexton quickly moving into 4th. Bringing Delheimer with. Fry, Atkinson, Minter, Sexton, and Delheimer, your top 5 now. Ethan Fry beginning to open it up and pull away. Atkinson in a battle with Minter. That's the battle for the second possible lock-in to tomorrow night's King of Champs final. Contact. Everybody stays going, coming out of 4. Fry driving away. Atkinson and Minter still nose to tail in the battle for 2nd and 3rd. Center Chia in the 4 spot. Then Holohan in the 99. And Delheimer. Caution coming out. That'll bunch things up. Might be on the 99. Holohan. Let's see. Delheimer's waiting to go to the back as well as Holohan. So both Delheimer and Holohan to the tail. Fry, Atkinson, Minter. Center Chia and Juergens, the big move by Jace Juergens. Juergens in that 32. Started back like in 10th or 11th spot and has now worked his way all the way up into the top 5. Trying to move. Looks like Delheimer's going to the tail and Holohan's going to get his spot back. Cash will move back up into the 4 spot, I believe. It'll be Fry, Atkinson, Minter, and then I think is where Holohan should be, that 99, and then 5 laps down, 10 laps to go. All right, here we go. And now we got the back of the field trying to decide who should be going. Somebody's stuck. Might need a restart. So Delheimer to the back. Holohan back to his spot, which is currently 5th, right in front of Juergens. Back of the field will get caught up. Probably will have to go one more time around before we go green. Junior King's Privilege, 5 down, 10 to go. Top 2 drivers to the redraw and a chance to lock in to tomorrow night's Junior King of Champs final. This one has been all Ethan Fry. Fry has dominated this event, pulled away. Atkinson and Minter have been in the battle for that second and final redraw spot. Now that front 4 nose to tail. And the caution will come out again. The 89 of Dawson Spatola with trouble to the infield. Will pull back out. Field should be good. Spatola to the tail. All right, we'll give them 1 to go this time. Green should come back out at the start line in turn 4. Fry, Atkinson, Minner. Center Chia, Harriman, Juergens. Reichner, Holohan, Sexton. Saltzman, Delheimer, and Spatola. Back to green we go, and Fry with a good start, already with 2 kart lengths on Atkinson. Halfway home, 7 down, 8 to go. Fry, battle for that second spot as a 3 car. Adkins, Minter, Center Chia. One of those 3 going to grab that second redraw spot. Fry all by himself out front. Atkinson trying to hang on. They started on the front row next to each other. They've been 1-2 the entire way. 5 to go. 10 down and 5 to go. Fry, Atkinson, Minner, Center Chia, and Harriman. Your top 5. Juergens right now 6th. Fry opening up the advantage. Two to go now for Fry. White flag coming for Ethan Fry. Battle for second. Here comes Minner. Minner clips the cone. Still goes. Fry Fry's going to head for the redraw, and Atkinson will join him. Minter, Center Chia, and Harriman, your top 5. So now we'll see whether or not Fry likes his redraw or whether he will race his way toward the Junior King of Champs tomorrow. Ethan Fry goes wire to wire and was never ever challenged. Atkinson hangs on for second after a challenge from Minter. Minter clipped one of the cones going into turn 1, but stayed right on it. Senior King's Privilege coming up. Senior King's Privilege. Top 16 drivers. And again, the point will be to lock in 2 to tomorrow's King of Champs. Same thing in the juniors. Four drivers when the night is done will be just that much closer. When this next race is done, we'll have 4 drivers that are already locked in to the championship tomorrow night with a chance at that King of Champs title. Senior King's Privilege waiting. All right, Mitchell's awaiting. Are you waiting then, Mitchell? You want the 2? Ethan Fry and Braxton Atkinson will be our 2 qualifiers, and they will redraw and either lock in or we'll start working our way down the lineup. Minter was 3rd. Center Chia was 4th. Harriman was 5th. So we'll see how that goes. All right. Now, if you're Ethan Fry, you want the king. Queen Lily is coming over to do the honors. Seniors have loaded. Their motors are started. All right. So Queen Lily holds the cards. Ethan Fry will make a selection. Ethan, what'd you draw? Show me what you drew. Fry and Atkinson both to draw. They'll either keep that draw or they will reject it, and then we'll go to 3rd place and then on from there. All right, well, the draw is set. Here comes our Senior King's Privilege. John Sparks, Nathan Lynch, off we go. Senior champ, King's Privilege. And the yellow comes out. Couple of carts off the top. Zoe Provenzano at 09. Back to the original lineup, double file. Sparks and Lynch. Heath and Reimer. McInvale and Hollingsworth. Hamilton and Herhold. Greeno and Centerchia. Nesbitt and Provenzano. Rurton, Larson, Phelps, and Holm. Off of 4 and the green flag waves again, and we're off and running in our senior King's Privilege. Dustin Heath quickly to the inside, battles for the lead. Several carts spin down in turn 4, and the caution's out. See whether or not now that lap counts. Remember, the leader is all that has. Should not. So again, we should be no laps down. Our senior King's Privilege. Sparks and Lynch, Heath and Wilson, McInvale and Hollingsworth, Hamilton and Herhold, Greeno and Centerchia, Nesbitt and Provenzano, Rurton and Larson, Phelps and Holm. 16 drivers. We're looking for the top 2 to lock in with the redraw. John Sparks will lead them around single file. All right, here we go. Sparks will lead them to the green one more time around. Junior 1 heat coming up next after our senior King's Privilege. Junior 1, then Junior 2, then Clone Heavy, and then heat races in our Junior King of the Champs and our Senior King of the Champs. Here we go, green. Down that front straightaway. Sparks, Lynch, Heath, Wilson. Then McInvale, your top 5. Lynch took a look at the inside of Sparks, couldn't make a run. Looking again. Lynch trying to go to the inside, can't get through. Sparks and Lynch Here comes Lynch. Nate stuck a nose in. Lynch has got it. He's going to come with. Sparks going to drive back down to the bottom to try to hold on, but he cannot. Heath gets through. Sparks on the outside and nowhere to go. He'll turn himself down and take him out. Sparks trying to make a hole, just couldn't make one no matter what he did. And so he takes Buddy Wilson out. Sparks trying to turn back down to get to the bottom after he got passed by Lynch and by Heath.
We're still online. We're good, Miles.
Let's see if he'll stay at the tail. Everything looks good so far. Wilson looking for a hole to get in. He should be in that 4 spot, I believe. In front. All right, into 3rd. So Wilson to 3rd. Lynch, Heath, Wilson. Magenvale and Hollingsworth, your top 5. Sparks to the tail. He gets tagged with a caution. Field starts to accelerate. We look forward to going back to green, and we do. Green flag's back in the air. It's Nathan Lynch. Out in front of Dustin Heath. Buddy Wilson runs 3rd. Remember, the top 2 redraw. Heath right on the back bumper of Lynch. And Wilson's there. Now Heath inside. Wilson coming as well. Heath and Wilson get inside on Lynch. Dustin Heath to the race lead. Five laps down. 13 to go. This is 18 laps of the King's Privilege. Heath and Wilson. Lynch right there. Those front 3 nose to tail. Magenvale runs 4th. Couple of kart lengths back. Jessica Hamilton coming. Hamilton right now running in 6th. Wilson now inside. Lynch back to 2nd. Heath to 3rd. Dustin Heath on the outside. Looking in. Buddy Wilson and Nathan Lynch. 10 down. 8 to go. 10 laps down. Buddy Wilson in front of Nathan Lynch. Dustin Heath. And then Austin Magenvale. Then a big gap back to the battle for 5th place. That one between Hollingsworth and Hamilton. Five to go. 5 laps to go. It is Buddy Wilson in front of Nathan Lynch and Dustin Heath. Right now it would be Wilson and Lynch to the redraw. Wilson opening it up just a little bit. It'll be 2 to go this time by. 2 to go for Buddy Wilson. Nathan Lynch and Dustin Heath. Austin Magenvale. The front 4 with a full straightaway. White flag. Well, maybe we're stretching this to 20. Wilson, Heath, McInvale. White flag. So this will be a 20 lapper, not 18. And now we got a pile up in the infield. Checkered flag will wave. Well, maybe not. Caution coming out. Buddy Wilson, Dustin Heath. My race pass says we've completed 20 laps of the scheduled 18. So, I don't know. Your guess is as good as mine. This is go-kart racing. We make up the rules as we go. Right? Okay. It should be over, but I don't know. We may get a green, white, checkered out of this. So we will go back to, yeah, it is over. Wilson and Heath get the 2 redraw spots. Followed by McInvale and Lynch, Hamilton and Hollingsworth. So Wilson and Heath to the redraw. And potentially they're locked into tomorrow night. See what they redraw. Junior 1 should be our Junior 1 heat. Single heat in Junior 1. I believe that's our next main event. Our next heat race. Our Junior 1 heat and our Junior 2 heat, then our adult clone heat, and then we'll be back to the Junior King of the Champ heat races, and then our Senior King of the Champ heat races. Queen Lily awaits the redraw, I believe. Buddy Wilson and Dustin Heath will be the first to redraw and either keep or reject. So,
Question for you, sir.
I don't have an answer, but
All right.
I'll fake it.
For the support classes, is it just one heat race or are there 2?
According to my race pass, it says one.
Okay, I wasn't
So
sure.
let me make sure. Let's make sure. You're looking for the clone race.
Yeah.
Says one heat race.
One heat race, 8 lap heat and 15
Yeah,
lap
one
heat.
8-lap heat.
Okay.
15 lap heat.
Perfect. Thank you.
You bet. I don't know if that's right, but that's what I'm going with. I mean, that's what it says.
I would do it for $5,000 too. See how there's this fight for $5,000.
Junior one. Heat race. List. So I believe up next will be our Junior 1 heat race. And if that's the case, it will start like this. On the pole from Middleport, New York, the 28, that is Bryson Harrivan. To the outside from Pontiac, Illinois, the 0, that is Nash Delheimer. And starting shotgun on the field in row 2, the 17M, that is Logan Minter out of Brook, Indiana. Junior 1 heat. Harrivan and Delheimer and Minter. All right, so the redraw continuing apparently, or still underway for the Senior King's Privilege. Junior 1 heat race up next. Harrivan, Delheimer, and Minter for 8 laps. Junior 2 for 8 laps. And our Clone Heavy for 8 laps. And then we go to the Junior King of the Champ heat races. And then our Senior King of the Champ heat races. And then the features for Junior 1, Junior 2, Clone Heavy, and then our Race of Champions to finish things up.
So, just out of curiosity, who locked in?
So our Junior 1 heat coming up next. As for the redraws, the first and second place drivers in the Junior King's Privilege both drew spots that they would accept, 6th and 2nd. And in the Senior King's Challenge, Buddy Wilson, who won it, drew last place. So he said, the heck with that, you can take that back. So that locked in, that move let Dustin Heath draw, and Dustin drew a 6th, I believe, or an 8th. I believe she said 8, and he said he would take that. And then 3rd place, that would have been Austin McInville, and McInville drew 2nd. And so McInville and Heath are locked in as are Fry and Atkinson. So those 4 drivers are all done for tonight. We'll see them with practice. Here comes Junior 1. Harriman going to come quickly to the early advantage. Rice and Harriman out of Middleport, New York. I have a feeling that's up in the Buffalo area based on the helmet. I'm just taking a wild guess. Minter into the second spot. Harriman and Minter running 1 and 2. And then Delheimer, here comes Minter. Minter looking to the inside, got the line. Harriman's going to go all the way back to third. Minter to the lead. Delheimer into second. Minter, Delheimer, and Harriman. Harriman got off to a quick start, but then lost the lead and has fallen back just a little bit from that lead pair. Bryson trying to close the gap a little bit, and he is. Harriman trying to get back into the mix in this heat race. Minter now starting to pull away. Field strung out. Here comes Harriman now closing it on Delheimer. Harriman now on the back bumper. Looking for a way around. Minter. Oh, look out. Harriman with a chance and got way high coming off of turn 2. And lost all that ground as they take the white flag. Logan Minter in the 17F. Off of 4 to the checkers. Followed by Delheimer and Harriman. And that'll bring us to Junior 2. Clone Heavy, you're on deck. So here's your Junior 2 heat race. 8 laps the distance on the pole from Pettisville, Ohio, the 25. That's Colton Reichner. To the outside from Ashcombe, Illinois, the 99. That's Cash Holland. Starting in the 3rd spot from Brooke, Indiana, the 21. That is Paige Minter. Reichner, Holohan, and Minter in Junior 2. Clone Heavy coming up next, then Junior King of the Champs and Senior King of the Champs. Then we go back to the top of the order for the main events. In Junior 1, Junior 2, Clone Heavy, and then our race of champions to finish the evening. So here come the Junior 2s. Reichner in the 25. Holohan in the 99. Minter in the 21. 8 laps the distance. Junior 2 heat. Side by side, pretty good start. Coming off of 4, green flag is in the air. Reichner, Holohan across. They get straightened out. And the caution has come out. So, restart coming. Reichner, Holohan, Minter. Good start again this time as they come to the green. Front row stays fairly close together. Holohan this time with an easy opportunity to tuck in behind Reichner. Reichner, Holohan, and Minter all right there, nose to tail. Page a little wide coming out of turn number 2. She'll lose a couple of kart lengths. Reichner opens up the advantage at the front. Minter looking to claw back into this one. Let's see if Paige can find her way back up toward the front. She's running a very good line. That'll get her an opportunity to maybe close in on the fellas at the front. Reichner and Holohan run 1 and 2. Reichner maintains the advantage at a kart and a half, almost 2. On Holohan, half a straightaway as they came to the white flag. Final time around, checkers coming here. It'll be Reichner and Holohan, followed by Minter. That'll set us up for our adult clone final. All right, here's how they'll start for our clone heavy heat race. On the pole, out of Morocco, Indiana, the 8, that's Sam Ingram. To the outside from New London, Iowa, the 801 of Jonathan Coleman. Row number 2 inside, Morocco, Indiana, the 0 of Nathan Lynch. And on the outside from Shearsville, Indiana, the 04, that's Cameron Bergen. Ingram, Coleman, Lynch, and Bergram. There we go. Field set. Eight laps the distance, and here we go. Off and running, green, green, green. Coleman way out high, coming off of turn number 2. Settles it back down and tucks in. Lynch for the race lead. Nathan Lynch to the race lead in the 0. Then Ingram in that 8. Bergen in the 04. And then Coleman in the 801. Nathan Lynch stretching out the advantage. He's got half a straightaway. Coleman, look out, off he goes. Loops it around, the caution light comes out. Coleman bringing out the caution. Jonathan Coleman. Oh my God, is it Linda? Randall? Oh my God, I love you. Oh my God, it's been a decade. Number 10. good to
I'll
see
be
you.
back.
I gotta introduce you to my wife.
Okay. All right. Wonderful. I'll be back in a bit.
Back under green we go. Lynch, Ingram, Coleman now into third. Bergen in that 4 spot. Nathan Lynch out in front of Sam Ingram, Jonathan Coleman, and Cameron Burnson. Lynch stretches out the advantage. The battle heating up for second. Ingram off the top side, down the back straightaway. That opened it up for Coleman. To the white flag for Lynch. One more to go. Final time around for Nathan Lynch. Lynch will win it. Coleman home second. Ingram home third. Burnson home in the 4 spot. That'll set us up for the first of what looks like 3. So there are 3 heats coming in our Junior King of the Champs. They're all 12 laps. Junior King of the Champs should be making your way toward that grid. Got 5 minutes, and then we go. Junior King of the Champs. Heat race number 1 in the Junior King of the Champs. From New Lenox, Illinois, the 77 of Zach Senerchia. To the outside, from Remington, Indiana, the 1 of Braxton Atkinson. Actually, I don't think Atkinson should be there. He'll be already locked in on the draw. Row number 2 has Brook, Indiana, the 17M of Logan Minter, and Marseille, Illinois, the 22 of Drake Saltzman, and then the 02 of Lancaster, Ohio's Caden Sexton. Senerchia and Minter, I believe, Saltzman and Sexton. So our Junior King of the Champ heat races coming up. 3 heats. A 5, a 3, and a 4. 2 drivers that are automatically locked in because of the Junior King's privilege. The 32 of Ethan Fry and the 1 of Braxton Atkinson, both with the redraw, took spots that they felt they could have a chance to win that Junior King of the Champ final tomorrow. So they do not have to heat race the rest of the weekend. They'll get practice sessions tomorrow, while the other Junior King of the Champs are running their 3rd and 4th heat races of the weekend. Senerchia and Saltzman Minter, and Sexton, I believe, will be the lineup for Junior Champ, King of the Champs. Heat race number 1 of 3. Junior Champs should be moving to that starting grid. Junior Champ should be on your way to that starting grid. Junior King of the Champs heat races, minus our King's Privilege drivers of Fry and Atkinson. Both took the redraw and accepted the position they received. Everybody else now will be battling through their rounds of heat races, trying to acquire enough points to put themselves in a high starting position. The pole is up for grabs through the points process, because I believe Braxton Atkinson drew the 2, drew the queen, which would give him second. And Ethan Fry, who won the King's Privilege, must have drawn like the 8, and that gives him the 6th starting spot, 8 or 9, and he will start in the top half of the field. So we're set for Junior Champ, King of the Champs, first round of heats, 3 of them. Junior King of the Champs heat race. Number 1 of 3. Center Chia and Saltzman, Minter, and Sexton. The lineup does have Braxton Atkinson, but Braxton wound up second in that King's Privilege, and so he did accept his redraw, so he will not have to run the heat race tonight or tomorrow. He's already locked in to that Junior King of the Champs main event. Heat race 2 should be Spatola, Delheimer, and Jurgens. It lists Ethan Fry in that heat race, but Ethan won the Junior King's Privilege and also accepted his redraw. So both Fry and Atkinson should already be locked in to tomorrow's final. And the third final of our Junior King of the Champ heats will have Holohan and Reichner, Harriman, and Saltzman.
We're at almost 600 views from here.
We got almost 100.
We did a show here. Who goes to that? We did a show here last year, the Dirt Classic, and it had almost 2,000 views. Yeah. And when it's free. Right now we're having issues with, I think, system camera. This one. It's 4 years old. Nothing will be done now. And that's just a 3-year difference. I just need to buy this company.
Come on, let's go. We still got
He knows how to do all this. He likes his drone. His phone went dead. He's flying right now. She's way over there, I believe.
field off to a start, but we'll bring the caution flag. A reminder that if you bought a 50-50 just before the senior King of the Champs heat races, we'll draw the winning ticket. So a couple of races away, we'll draw that winning 50-50. All right, here we go. Center Chia and Saltzman, Minter and Sexton. Heat race 1 of 3 in Junior King of the Champ. Green flag is in the air. Saltzman on the outside. Drake Saltzman out to the early advantage. Not for long. Minter coming through. Center Chia gets through as well. Zach Center Chia in the 77. Logan Minter in the 17 amp. And Drake Saltzman in that 22. Remember, these drivers are trying to accumulate points that will give them a better starting position in that Junior King of the Champs tomorrow. Here comes Minter. Minter on the inside. Minter inside on Center Chia. Minter and Center Chia running 1 and 2. Logan Minter. Minter now starting to open it up. 2 kart lengths. Logan Minter. Followed by Center Chia. Then Saltzman and Sexton. Trouble for Caden Sexton off the top. Caution coming out. Sexton ended up off the speedway. Sexton will catch up, should be ready to go back to green with Logan Minter. Off of 4, green flag is back in the air. Minter, Center Chia, Saltzman and Sexton. Minter again stretching the advantage on Center Chia. White flag. Final time around for Logan Minter. Minter will take the checkers and the heat race win, followed by Center Chia, Saltzman, and Sexton. Should set us up for heat race number 2. 3 cars. On the pole, the 89 of Dawson Spatola. To the outside, the 34 of Knox Delheimer. And starting shotgun on the field is the 32. That is Jace Jurgens. Spatola, Delheimer, and Juergens. Junior King of the Champs, heat race number 2, looking to go green. And we'll try it again. All right, if they stay just like that, we can get a green. And we'll try it again. That's pretty much as good as it's going to get. That looks pretty good, huh? All right. Will we? Yep. We got a green this time. So the green flag waves, and that inside row moves quickly forward. A little bit of contact between Juergens and Delheimer. Juergens finally gets through. Delheimer trying to click back. Spatola out front. Now they're 3 wide coming off of 2. Spatola's going to bring him. Here comes Delheimer. Delheimer trying to get through. Nothing there. Got an opportunity now. Off of 2. Delheimer to the race lead. Spatola back to second. Juergens runs third. Juergens now trying to go to work on Spatola for that second spot. Delheimer stretches the advantage. Juergens going to take it off of 2. Spatola having trouble keeping that 89 down out of turn number 2. He opened the door twice and now has fallen from first to third. Meanwhile, Delheimer driving away at the front of this one. One more coming in Junior King of the Champ. Heat race number 3 on deck. Then it's Senior King of the Champ. Heat race number 1 of 5. Five heat races coming up in our Senior King of the Champ division. Delheimer all alone, got a half a straightaway. On Juergens. Juergens with a little more than that. Back to Spatola. Laps winding down here. And this one has been Delheimer since he took the lead. Here comes the white flag. Final time around. Knocks Delheimer to the checkered flag and the win in heat number 2 of our King of the Champs, Junior Champs. Jace Juergens home second. Dawson Spatola comes home in third. One more to go. This will be a 4-car battle. On the pole will be the 99 of Cash Holohan. To his outside, the 25 of Colton Reichner. Row number 2 inside, that'll be the 20 of Levi Harriman. To the outside will be the 27. That is Avery Saltzman. Holohan, Rickner, Harriman, and Saltzman. Ready to go 12 laps. And we're underway with green. Senior King of the Champ heat races coming up. Harriman and Holohan with a look like Cash might have tried to hang on to that spot. turned across the front on Harriman. They were in the middle of the back straightaway of the very first lap, so it more than likely will be a complete restart. All right. See if we're going to go single. All right, they're going to move. So back to the original lineup. Holohan, Rickner, Harriman, and Saltzman this time. Try it again. Green flag waves as they come off of turn 4. Harriman quickly up on the back of Holohan. Harriman looking to the inside, can't get that nose in far enough to really make the pass. He'll have to ride for a minute. Now looks, got it, sticks that nose in, he's got the pass to the inside. Holohan gets right back in behind him. Rickner running third. Harriman, Holohan, and Rickner. Harriman starting to pull away just a little bit. As Rickner comes to challenge. Rickner looking for that second spot. Rickner right up on the back of Holohan. Now looks at him coming out of 2. Down the back straightaway, can't line it up. He'll line it up again, can't get there. Harriman driving away at the front of this one. The battle is for second. Important points toward a better starting position. Rickner looking for it, but he can't find a way around. Rickner again took a look off of 2, but there's just nothing there. Harriman all alone. Rickner. Holohan and Rickner nose to tail for that second spot. Rickner just can't seem to find enough of a crease. That's all he's looking for. Just a little bit of an opening. He might be able to get in there. Holohan's been able to hold him off final time around. 1 to go. Harriman on his way to the win. Here comes Rickner. Trying, no, he can't get there. Holohan opened the door, but Rickner couldn't drive through. Harriman's going to win it. Holohan second. Rickner comes home third. And then Saltzman. Time for our senior King of the Champs heat races. We have 5 of them. So 5 heat races coming up in senior King of the Champs. Heat race 1 will start like this. On the pole will be the 23 of John Sparks to his outside, the 26. That's Travis Hollingsworth. Row number 2 inside, the 77. That's Jacob Centerchia. To the outside, the 00, that's Kyle Phelps. And starting in the 3rd row, the 152, that's J.R. Roper. Sparks, Hollingsworth, Centerchia, Phelps, and Roper make up heat race number 1 of 5. First of 5 heat races in our senior King of the Champs. Sparks, Hollingsworth, Centerchia, Phelps, and Roper. Senior King of the Champs, heat race number 1 of 5. Dustin Heath and Austin McInvale have been locked in through the King's Privilege. After Buddy Wilson won that King's Privilege, but then drew last place in what would be tomorrow's King of the Champs final. So Buddy will race his way into that King of the Champs, or will try. But Heath and McInvale are already locked in to the 2nd and 8th starting spots, I believe, if I remember right. McInvale, who finished 3rd in that King's Privilege, drew that 2nd starting spot. So that queen coming in nicely there for Austin McInvale. Sparks, Hollingsworth, Sinergia, Phelps, and Roofer here in Heat 1. This is 12 laps. The 23 and the 26 on the front row, 77 and 00 in row 2, and then that 152 will be in row 3. Heat race 2 will have Jessica Hamilton and Randy Nesbitt, Jeffrey Hamilton and Jonathan Coleman. Heat race number 3 will have Colin Holm and Zoe Provenzano, Brandon Kavanaugh and Alan Line. Heat race number 4 will have Buddy Wilson and Juan Greeno, Cole Roten and Cale Gross, and then Nathan Rogers. And then heat race number 5 will have Ken Larson, Lucas Herhold, John Babcock, and Trent Smith. So 5 heat races, 12 laps apiece. Then it'll be our Junior 1 feature, then our Junior 2 feature, our Clone Heavy feature, and then our Race of Champions to wrap up the opening night of the King of Champs for 2025 here at K3. All right.
You want to do that? You want to do it before the adults go?
Sure, let's go.
Want to do the 50-50? Yep. All right. While the adults are getting sorted out and ready to go with the first of their 5 heat races, if you bought a 50-50 ticket, dig it out, because somebody's going to get some cash. Huh? Yeah. We're good. How much are they winning? $200 total, and they get half, or 200 half. 135. That's a good. Okay. That'll work. All right, here comes heat race number 1. And we'll draw that 50-50 here in a moment.
We're gonna shake them all up first.
All right. We're going to shake them all up. And half of the money tonight is a little over $135. So that's a pretty nice chunk of change. That'll work. Okay, Queen Lily's going to draw. So if you got a 50-50 ticket, it's worth a little over $135, and here's the number we're looking for. It starts with a 3, a 9, and a 0. I'm guessing that they all start with 390. Then we start reading them out. We got an 8, a 3, a 2, and the last number is a 9. 390-8329 for the 50-50. So check your 50-50. Hang on to the ticket. And if you've got it, come find us here on the first set of bleachers. Queen Lily's got the ticket and the cash. Off and running in the first of our 5 senior King of the Champ heat races, and it's all John Sparks. Sparks maintains the advantage at the front of the field, followed by Hollingsworth. Senerchia. All right, we got a winner on the 50-50. Roden Racing picking up the win in the 50-50 tonight. Congratulations. All right. Sparks all by himself out in front. Coming to the white flag with 1 to go here in Heat 1. Then Phelps will come home in the second spot. Sparks wins it, followed by Phelps. And Hollingsworth, your top 3. So John Sparks picks up the win in heat race 1 of 5 here in our senior King of the Champs. Here comes heat race number 2. Jessica Hamilton and Randy Nesbitt on the front row. Jeffrey Hamilton and Jonathan Coleman in row 2. Hamilton and Nesbitt, Hamilton and Coleman. This is heat race number 2 of 5 in senior King of the Champs. Our Junior 1A feature will come up after these 5 heats. Then our Junior 2A feature, our Clone Heavy A feature, and then our Race of Champions. And that should finish up day number 1. Should be good to go this time. Hamilton and Nesbitt. Green flag waves and we're off and running, and quickly Jessica Hamilton to the early advantage. Hamilton running 1-2. Nesbitt back to 3rd. Coleman runs 4th. Jessica Hamilton out in front of Jeffrey Hamilton. Randy Nesbitt runs third. Jonathan Coleman in fourth. The two-car battle at the front and a two-car battle for third. Jess now opening it up just a little bit on Jeffrey. Hamilton now opening it up just a little bit. 0.2 of a second. Jeffrey closes the gap just a little bit. And then Jess kind of drives away. He runs her down a little bit through 3 and 4. Then she pulls away through 1 and 2. Nesbitt to open it up on Coleman. Two to go. Hamilton and Hamilton, followed by Nesbitt and Coleman. White flag. One more time for Jessica Hamilton. She'll go wire to wire. Started on the pole, and she'll win it. Jeffrey Hamilton comes home second. Randy Nesbitt, and then Jonathan Coleman. That'll bring us to heat race number 3 of 5 in our senior King of the Champs. On the pole, the 79H of Cullen Holm. To the outside, the 09, that's Zoe Provenzano. Row 2 inside the 811, Brandon Cavanaugh. To the outside, the 18L, that is Alan Line. Nose to tail, side by side. Everything looks good. We should go green this next time. Maybe. Yep, caution lights go down. We're going green. Holm and Provenzano. Cavanaugh and Line. And we're going green. Cullen Holm out quickly. Here comes Cavanaugh. Cavanaugh looking. Cavanaugh off of turn 4. Can't get there. Holm holds him off in the 79H. Cavanaugh on that 811. Then Provenzano. Here comes Cavanaugh. Cavanaugh to the inside into 3. Brandon Cavanaugh to the race lead. Provenzano into second. Holm back to third. Cavanaugh and Provenzano. Cavanaugh and Provenzano starting to pull away from Holm and Line. Cavanaugh stretched the advantage to 0.4 on Zoe. 5 laps down. We'll come to the halfway point here. Halfway home, Cavanaugh and Provenzano pull straight away in front of Holm and Line. Kavanaugh continues to maintain that almost half-second lead on 2 to go. White flag will be in the air. 1 to go for Brandon Kavanaugh. And he's up by 5/10. He's up a half second on Provenzano. Checkers wave. Kavanaugh picks up the win. Followed by Provenzano, home, and line. That'll set us up for heat race number 4. On the pole, he won the King's Privilege, but then drew last in the redraw, so he said the heck with that. That'll be Buddy Wilson. To his outside will be Juan Greeno. Row 2 should be the 25 of Cole Roten and the 89 of Cale Gross. And starting in the back should be the 17 of Nathan Rogers. Wilson and Greeno. It'll be the 61 and the 05. Roten and the 25. There we go. All right. Everything's set. Rogers pulls in. We're set to go 12 laps. Heat 4. Heat 5 on deck, and then we go A feature racing. Starting with Junior 1, followed by Junior 2, followed by Clone Heavy, and then our race of champions. And we'll try that one again. Field got a little strung out. Off of 4, much better start this time. Green flag is in the air. Wilson's going to lead him. Off of turn 2, look out, Greeno. Juan loops it around. And now he's high centered. And he finally gets it going, but the caution comes out. So we'll line them up again. Wilson and Greeno, Roten and Gross and Rogers for 12 laps, and we're going green. Green flag waves as they head off into turn 1. Roten quickly through on the inside. Greeno hangs on to it this time on the outside, looking for a spot. He finally gets tucked in into third. Wilson won the King's Privilege, but then drew dead last for the King of Champs final. So he threw that back, and he'll race his way or try to race his way in. Wilson, Roten, Greeno, Gross, and Rogers. Buddy Wilson opening up the advantage at the front on Roten. Wilson's out to a 6, almost 7/10 of a second lead. It is almost 8/10 actually. Buddy Wilson would not be in this heat race if he hadn't had such bad luck on the redraw. The redraw would have given him last place for a start of that King of Champs final tomorrow. So he said, nah, I'll run a couple extra laps, run some heat races. I'll still be there. Roden running second, a full second back. Almost half a straightaway. Greeno runs third. Gross runs fourth. And then Rogers is fifth. Roten a little high off of two. Loses his spot. To the white flag they come. Wilson's going to win it going away. Followed by Greeno and Roten. Wilson picks up the win by almost 2 seconds. 1.8 to be exact. Then Greeno, Roten winds up third after drifting off the top coming out of turn number 2.
Yep.
What about seniors? But then we did, I heard what you said. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Right. Yeah, right? I know, I don't. Yeah. Right.
Fifth and final heat in our King of the Champs, senior champ. Austin McInbell running this fifth and final heat, but doesn't have to. He's already locked in through the King's Privilege. He finished third in the King's Privilege, but when Wilson drew the last place card, that moved the third place driver up into the draw, and he drew a spot that will put him so fifth and final heat race. Austin McInvale and Lucas Herhold, Ken Larson, Trent Smith, and John Babcock. McInvale out in front of Larson. Smith currently runs in third. And then Herhold and Babcock. McInvale and Larson. Here comes Larson. Closing on McInvale at the front. Austin McInvale with Ken Larson right on the back bumper. Trent Smith runs third. Smith trying to close in. Halfway home, we're 6 down, 6 to go. McInvale is led from the start, but he's got Larson and Smith right there. Front three are all nose to tail. Herhold runs fourth, the full straightaway back, and the leaders are starting to close on Babcock. Larson gives up that second spot now as Smith moves into the 2. Magenvale and Smith now nose to tail. Larson has fallen off after he slid a little wide out of 2. Couple of times we've seen that. Now the leaders coming up on the lap car, Babcock. Little bit of contact, he'll move up. They'll clear. White flag, checkers gonna wave. Checkers for McInvale, followed by Smith, Larson, Herhold, and Babcock. Well, that's what they told me. I said, was it me? Yeah, no, you got that. And I showed up at the heat race. I'm like, well, couldn't have been. Yeah, that doesn't make any sense at all. Now we got the leader of the last 4 races. Pretty good. 3 features in the race championship.
So there is features for like Cone Heavy, Junior.
Yeah, those 3 all have. Yeah, those 3 all have features in the race championship. You guys don't have anything else.
Just the race of champions, and then I got Cone Heavy feature, or heat race, and then features.
No, you've got a heat. You already ran the heat.
There's only one heat for.
That's what shows up here. What shows up on my race pass. Shows 1 heat, 1 feature. So that's all I have to go with. I don't have anything more than that. Couple of wins, right? Is it Dave tonight?
Hopefully I win tomorrow. No, tomorrow.
Oh, tomorrow.
I hope I win tomorrow.
Oh, okay.
And I don't know how I do it. I don't know how many hours.
Okay. Sure. I don't have any idea. Done. 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 Not today. Done. The junior champs are all done. The senior champs are all done. No, we have a race of champions in the. We have that. Yeah, like 5 or 6 months. Yeah. So everything else is done. So all of our heat races are concluded. Should leave us with just 3 features and the race of champions, I believe. Our junior 1 heavy final, our junior 2, our junior 1 final, our junior 2 final, our clone heavy final, and then the, unless you're in the race of champions. I'm looking at race pass and I don't see it, so I can't tell you.
Well, yeah, because it shows heat.
No, it shows 3 heat races and nothing else after 3 heat races.
Let me go ask him.
Yeah, you better find out, because as far as I know, we're done with everything but the 3 flat car classes and the race of champions. According to my race pass, and that's all the information I have. Well, that's what they had said, but it's not on the my race pass, so I don't know if they are doing it or not. I mean, we had 5 heats of. I mean, I know we'll never get out of here if we have another whole round of heat. Find out tomorrow. I have no idea. I know. Still have a whole nother round of heat. Have 3 more hours at least. All right, we do have a second round, my bad. We have a second round of heats for everything. Yep, I was just informed that there is a second round. That is what we had advertised was 4 rounds of heats. It's a whole nother round of heats for everything. So a whole nother round of heats, then 3 more features in the flat carts, and then the race of champions. So second round of heats, starting with Junior 1, followed by Junior 2, followed by Clone Heavy, and then the second round of our Junior King of Champs. There'll be 3 heats there, and then the 5 heats in the Senior Champs. And then we'll get our 4 main events to finish the evening. So Junior 1 drivers, for your second round of heat, let's be moving to that starting grid. Junior 1s to the starting grid for heat race number 2. Junior 2 drivers, you follow, and then Clone Heavy. Second round heats coming up. Junior 1s to the grid, followed by Junior 2 and Clone Heavy. And then our Junior King of the Champs, your second round of heats, and then our Senior King of the Champs, your second round of heats. Junior 1s to the head of the grid for our second round of heat races, followed by Junior 2 and Clone Heavy, and then our Junior King of the Champs, and then Senior King of the Champ heat races. Before we go to the main events, in Junior 1, Junior 2, Clone Heavy, and then our race of champions. And no features tonight for the Junior King of the Champs or the Senior King of the Champs. They ran the King's Privilege. That was their main event tonight. to lock in the top two. The two drivers, we have 4 drivers already locked into the 2 King of Champ finals tomorrow. The top 2 finishers, Ethan Fry and Braxton Atkinson, in the Junior King of the Champs, and Dustin Heath and Nathan Lynch in the Senior King of the Champs. Lynch was a 3rd place finisher in that King's Privilege, but when Buddy drew tail end and rejected the draw, then that gave Nathan the chance to draw, and he drew the 2. Second round of heats here in Junior 1. On the pole is the 17M of Logan Minter. To the outside, the 0 of Nash Delheimer. And starting third will be the 28, that is Bryson Harriman. Minter won the first go around. 8 laps. Field ready to go green. Minter and Delheimer. Green flag waves off of turn 4. Harriman quickly into second on the inside of Delheimer. Meanwhile, Minter has already jumped out to a several kart length advantage down that front straightaway. Second go round of heats in Junior 1. Junior 2's heat race number 2 coming up next. Then Clone Heavy Heat 2. Then our Junior King of the Champ second round heats. Delhammer inside on Harriman as they battle nose to tail. Meanwhile, Minter has checked out at the front of the field. Logan Minter driving away. Meanwhile, they're side by side for second. Harriman with a clean pass into the 2 spot, trying to hang on there. Oh, look out, Harriman off the top, out of turn 2. He'll keep it going with the yellow, he'll get it going, but then the yellow will come out, and we'll bunch him back up. Minter had a 2.5 second lead when the caution came out for the spin by Harriman. Bryson will bring the 28 to the back of the field. Junior 2, heat race number 2 coming up next. Clone Heavy heat race number 2 to follow. And back to our King of the Champs with juniors and seniors. Minter halfway home and opening up the advantage. Had that 2.5 second lead, but that all got wiped out on the caution with a spin by Harriman. Now Harriman back right behind Delheimer, and they are nose to tail for second as Minter just drives away. He'll be coming to the white flag. 1 to go. Harriman looking to get inside. Didn't really have the nose there, but Delheimer was able to hang on to it, and no caution comes out. Minter wins it. Harriman home second, and Delheimer comes home in third. That'll bring us to Junior 2, heat race number 2. On the pole, the 21 of Paige Minter. Outside, the 99 of Cash Houlihan. And starting shotgun of the field, the 25, that's Colton Reichner. Minter, Houlihan, and Reichner. Now off we go, green flag in the air. 8 laps the distance in Junior 2. Clone Heavy. Heat race number 2 coming up next. Then Junior King of the Champs. Heat races 1, 2, and 3, your second round. And then the 5 heat races in Senior King of the Champs. Minter holds the advantage.
Right there.
Page in that 21, trying to hold off Rickner.
Zoom it out.
Rickner with the opening at the bottom, looking to make that drive, cannot.
There you go.
Minter able to hang on.
Just like that, buddy. You're doing good.
Rickner still looking for an opening. Minter doesn't really give him anything. Page fighting him off.
There you go.
Seems like he's got the opening when he comes out of turn number 2. He'll
Bring it back out.
get down to the inside. This time she drives the perfect line, and he never even had a chance to look. Halfway home, and Minter is your leader, followed by Reichner and Houlihan. Minter continues to hold the advantage. 2 to go. White flag will be coming this time for Paige Minter. Reichner right on the back bumper. Can't make her move. Can't open up any room. Off of 4. Minter's going to win it. Minter to the checkers, followed by Reichner and Houlihan.
Keep doing that. What you was just doing. Will you zoom in just a little bit as they're down there? And then follow them down the front stretch. Zoom it out. Yeah. You're gonna watch through.
Clone Heavy Heat Race number 2 coming up.
Do like you just did.
On the pole, Cameron Burngen, Nathan Lynch to his outside. Row 2 has Jonathan Coleman and Sam Ingram. Lynch won the opening heat race.
Do your clone. Same thing with them.
From the second row.
Follow him.
Now he'll start up front.
3 out of 4.
Nathan already locked in to the King of Champs final for tomorrow. So he'll avoid all of the heat races in our senior King of the Champs. He'll get practice sessions, but he'll avoid all those heat races. Field sort of stretching out single file, but should be a double file start. Burngen and Lynch, Coleman and Ingram is your starting 4 here in Clone Heavy. All right, the field forms up 2 by 2. Burngen, Lynch, Coleman, Ingram. Ready to go green. And the green flag is in the air. First of 8 laps. Burngen going to grab the early advantage. Coleman looking to the inside on Lynch. Nathan trying to hang on to that spot, and he will. Coleman couldn't get through. Had the line, but he just couldn't get there. Now Lynch looking for the race lead, and he's got it. Coming out of 4. Lynch to the race lead. Burngen, Coleman, nose to tail at front 3. Ingram in the mix as well. Nathan Lynch opening up the advantage on Burngen, Coleman, and Ingram. Oh, look out. Ingram off the back and hard into the barrier off of turn 2. And a caution will have to come out. Ingram pushes the 8 back up the speedway after a pretty hard hit into those styrofoam blocks. Checking to make sure that all is okay on the 8. Scoots back in, gives it 1, and he's off and running. Quick saw of the steering wheel and make sure everything was okay. Ingram pulls back in behind Coleman. Lynch, your leader. Burngen, Coleman, and Ingram. Back to green we go. Halfway home this time for Nathan Lynch. Ingram with trouble to the inside. He'll keep the 8 going, so no caution. Oh, now the caution does come out. So Ingram with 2 cautions will get the black flag and he'll exit heat race number 2. Ingram's going to stay. Head flagman will explain its 2 cautions. So Ingram heads at high speed to the exit. That would hang on. Everybody stand back. Back to green we go. With Lynch, Burngen, and Coleman. It'll be 2 to go this time for Nathan Lynch. Coleman runs second, Burngen in the 3rd spot. But the battle is for that 2nd spot between Coleman and Burngen. White flag for Lynch. Nathan with a half a straightaway length advantage. And Lynch will win it. And he'll sweep both heats in Clone Heavy. And that'll set us up for our junior champ, king of the champ, 2nd round of heats. Heat race 4, 5, and 6, or 6, 7, and 8 if you're following on Race Pass, which Heat race number 1 should have the 02 of Caden Sexton and the 22 of Drake Saltzman in the front row. And then the back row should have the 77 of Zach Sinachia. So it should be Sexton, Saltzman, and Sinachia in junior King of the Champs, heat race 1 of 3 here in round 2. Start of our second round heats for our junior King of the Champs. Sexton, Saltzman, and Sinachia will make up heat race number 1. Heat race number 2 will have Juergens and Delheimer and Spatola. And then heat race number 3 will have Saltzman and Haravan, Holohan and Reichner. First of 3 second round heats in junior King of the Champs. Sexton, Saltzman, and Sinachia make up heat race number 1. All right, so we hear motors coming to life. We'll see who they actually are. If you're watching along on Race Pass, it's Heat Race 6, 7, and 8. I'm not sure what happened to 4 and 5, but we'll find them tomorrow. All right, and according to the lineups, heat race number 6 should have Avery Saltzman and Colton Reichner, Catch Houlihan, and Zach Sinachia. For 12 laps. Saltzman, Reichner, Houlihan, and Sinachia. We're off and running. This is Junior King of the Champs, Heat Race 6. Houlihan to the inside, trying to get to the front. Reichner running second. Sinachia in third. Then Saltzman. Reichner to the inside, has the line. Colton's going to grab the lead out of turn 2. Houlihan tried to get back but couldn't. And Reichner opens it up just a little bit. Reichner almost 3/10 faster. Battle for third between Sinachia and Saltzman. Avery right on the backside of Zach in that battle. Halfway home. Reichner has the advantage. Still great battle for third. Avery Saltzman trying to find a way around Zach Sinachia. Saltzman took a look off of turn 2. Had an opening for a minute there. Saltzman stays tight, drifts a little wide. That'll give up some ground. It's 2 to go now. Colton Reichner all alone out in front with a 1.1 second lead. White flag now for Reichner. Off of 4, Colton Reichner is going to be your winner in heat race number 6 for our junior champ, King of the Champs. That'll bring up heat race number 7, and it'll be on the pole. It'll be Dawson Spatola. To the outside, it'll be Jace Juergens. Row number 2 will be Levi Harriman and Logan Minter. Spatola and Juergens, Harriman and Minter. Heat race number 7, junior champ, King of the Champs. Third and final heat race coming up. That'll be number 8, Then our senior King of the Champ heat races. Off and running, it's Harriman quickly to the lead in the 20. Minter runs second. Spatola in third. Jurgens runs fourth. Harriman and Minter running 1 and 2. Not 3 kart lengths between them. The close battle is for third. Spatola in the 89 trying to hold off Jurgens in that 32. Cannot as he drifted a little wide out of 2. That opened the door and Jurgens took advantage and pulls away quickly by 4. Harriman stretching the advantage to a second and a half on Minter. Jurgens running third, and then Spatola. Halfway home this time, 6 down, 6 to go. It's been Levi Harriman out in front, all by himself. He's 1.6 up on Logan Minter. Now the advantage is 1.7 seconds. Jurgens is 2.5 seconds back. And Spatola another second behind him. Levi Harriman all by himself out front, coming to what will be 2 to go this time. 2 to go for Harriman. White flag. 1 to go. Final time around for Levi Harriman in that 20. He's going to win it by over 2 seconds. Off of 4 to the checkers. Harriman wins it, and the gap is 2.1 seconds. Followed by Jurgens and Spatola. That'll set us up for the third and final heat of this second round, heat race number 8. And here they come. On the pole will be the 22 of Drake Saltzman. To his outside, the 02, that's Caden Sexton. And starting in the back, the 34, that is Knox Delheimer. Last of our Junior King of the Champ heat, second round heats, and we'll take a little bit to get it sorted out with a little spin over in turns 3 and 4. Senior King of the Champ heats coming up next. Should be heats 6 through 10. And it is. Third and final heat of this second round in our Junior King of the Champs. Heat number 8. And Delheimer is quickly out to the lead. Knox Delheimer in the 34, followed by Drake Saltzman, and then Caden Sexton. Delheimer starting to stretch it out just a little bit on Saltzman, and the two of them are a full straightaway in front of Sexton. Delheimer continues. Hold the advantage. First of our senior King of the Champs heat races coming up. Heat race number 6. 6 through 10. And then we'll have our 4 main events left. In Junior 1, Junior 2, Clone Heavy, and then our race of champions. Halfway home, it's been all Knox Delheimer, as it was in round 1. Delheimer with a 2-second lead on Saltzman. Sexton 2.2 back. Delheimer continues that 2-second lead. Full straightaway length on Saltzman. It'll be 2 to go when he gets to the flag stand this time. 2 to go for Knox Delheimer. Saltzman running second, almost 3 seconds back. White flag now for Delheimer. Off of 4, checkers away for Knox Delheimer. He'll win the 8th and final heat of round 2 in our Junior King of the Champs. And that'll set us up for the first of our 5 remaining heat races. In Senior King of the Champs, heat race number 6, we'll have John Babcock in the 514 and Nathan Rogers in the 17 on the front row. Jeffrey Hamilton and Jacob Sinerchia in row 2 and Jessica Hamilton in row 3. Hamilton won the first go-round. Now she'll have to come from the back to get to the front here in round 2. Heat 6 through 10 in Senior King of the Champs. Heat race number 6 for our Senior King of the Champs. Babcock and Rogers, Hamilton, Sinerchia, and Hamilton. Jess, who won the first go-round, will start dead last in this one. She started on the pole and went wire to wire in that first go-round, but now she'll have to do a little bit of work to get herself to the front. All right, heat race number 6 of 10. 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10 all due in this second round for our senior King of the Champs. Babcock and Rogers, Hamilton and Center Chia, and then Hamilton. Jessica won the first go round from the pole. She'll try to double dip, but this time she'll have to come from 5th. Motors running, just waiting for them to exit that grid. All right, looks like here we go. Babcock and Rogers, Hamilton and Center Chia, and then Hamilton. And it looks like it'll just be 4. No. Oh no, we're still waiting on one. Doesn't look like Babcock is going to make the start. Rogers is there with Hamilton. Hamilton and Center Chia, no Babcock, so 4 racers, 12 laps. Senior King of the Champ, heat race number 6, and we're going green. Rogers quickly on the outside, drops all the way to the back. As Hamilton and Hamilton run 1 and 2. That's Jeffrey in the 7, Jessica in the 18. She won the go. Oh, look out. Got a caution coming out as Rogers hits the barrels along the front straightaway and brings out the caution. Field lined up, should be ready to go. Point Rogers to the tail, and he knows that's where he'll be. 2 laps down, 10 laps to go. 2 down and 10 to go here in heat race number 6. Back to green we go with Jeffrey Hamilton. Jessica Hamilton looking to the inside to try to make a pass. Little bit of tap coming out of 4. Settles back in, their nose to tail. Hamilton, and Center Chia. Hamilton to the drive on the inside. Jessica's got the lead. And they're back just the way they were in round 1. With Hamilton, Center Chia, and Rogers. Jessica now pulling away at the front of the field from Jeffrey Hamilton and Jacob Center Chia. Hamilton has stretched the advantage out to 3/4 of a second. Rogers is off the speedway in the infield. We stay green. Battle is for second. 4 to go. Chia continues to try to work on that backside on Jeffrey Hamilton. Jeffrey's been able to hang on. Chia again with a pretty good look, coming off a 2. 2 to go now for Jessica Hamilton, who will sweep her 2 heat races. White flag. 1 to go. Jessica Hamilton with ease will win heat race number 6 in our senior King of the Champs. Jeffrey Hamilton will finish 2nd. And Jacob Sinachia will finish 3rd. That'll bring us to Heat 7, which will start with Trent Smith and J.R. Rupert on the front row, Randy Nesbitt and Zoe Provenzano in row 2, and Buddy Wilson in row 3. Wilson won the first go-round from the pole. Now he'll have to come from the back. Field coming to the speedway, but Rogers still slowly trying to push the 17 off. Smith and Rupert, Nesbitt, Provenzano, and Wilson. Caution lights are still on. I think we're going to hold for a minute. Rogers will wait in the infield until the completion of this one. Meanwhile, we're ready to go green. Nope, we're still going with a restart. The yellow flag waves. We'll try it again. Nose to sail, side by side. Looks pretty good. If they'll stay like that, we might get ourselves a green flag. If we can keep them. Pretty good start coming off of 4. Rupert trying to hang on the outside, finds an opening, gets tucked in 3rd. Yeah, Rupert in that 152 gets to the bottom and into the 3 spot. Here comes Buddy Wilson. Wilson won the first go around and he's on his way to the front. 5th up to 3rd now, just 2 laps in. Trent Smith, your leader, followed by Nesbitt and Wilson. Wilson trying, got the run down into turn 1, gets inside on Nesbitt. That'll open the door for Provenzano to get through. Zoe into 3rd. Nesbitt back to 4th. Smith in front of Buddy Wilson. Then Zoe Provenzano and Randy Nesbitt. Halfway home, 6 down, 6 to go. Wilson right up on the back bumper on Smith. Buddy trying to get around. Got the opening into 3. Little bit of contact, but fairly clean passes. Wilson makes the move to grab the advantage into turn 3 off of turn 4. Buddy Wilson out front. 2 to go. 2 laps remain. Buddy Wilson, your leader. Followed by Trent Smith, Zoe Provenzano. Nesbitt has fallen a half a straightaway back as they come to the white flag. Checkers now be in the air. Off of 4, Wilson will pick up round 2, just as Hamilton did in the previous heat. Coming from back to front, Buddy Wilson does here in heat 2. That'll bring up heat race number 8. On the pole will be the 16 of Ken Larson alongside of the 18L of Alan Line. Row 2, the 25 of Cole Roten. Outside, the 79H of Cullen Holm. And starting in the back, the 23 of John Sparks. Sparks won the first go-round from the pole. Already seen a couple of pole sitters in the first go-round come from the back row. Let's see whether or not Sparks can do it here in heat race 8. Inside row gets through off the green. Larson, Roten, Sparks. Front 4, nose to tail. Now, Sparks to the inside. Sparks to the race lead. Sparks inside of Larson. Holm now up to 3rd. Roten back to 4th. Followed by Line. 3-car battle there for 3rd. Sparks pulling away. Out in front. Larson's got his hands full. Here comes Holm. Cullen trying to get inside on Larson. Holm now into second around Larson. Line has moved into 4th and right on that back bumper of Larson. Sparks all by himself out front. So the trend continues. You start 5th, you win the heat. Hamilton did it. Wilson did it. Sparks trying to do it himself. Sparks all alone. 2 seconds in front of Holm. Larson running 3rd, Line 4th, Roten in the 5 spot. Sparks to 2 to go. 2 laps to go for John Sparks. Holm, Larson, Line, and Roten. White flag. Sparks to the checkered. Holm will come home second, followed by Larson, Line, and Roten. That'll bring us to the second to the last of our heat races. This is heat race number 9 in our senior King of the Champs. Lucas Herhold, Jonathan Coleman, Kyle Phelps, and Juan Greeno. Herhold, Coleman, Phelps, and Greeno for 12 laps. Heat race number 9. One more senior. One more senior king of the champs. And we'll try it again. Off and running here in our 4th of 5 second round heats. Kyle Phelps, the early advantage, followed by Greeno, Coleman, and Herhol. Coleman looking, can't get inside on Greeno. Juan's trying to see if there's an opening there around Phelps. Maybe he can grab the advantage. Phelps, Greeno, Coleman, Herhold all nose to tail. Coleman a little wide, out of turn number 2. That'll open the door and allow Herhold into 3rd. Phelps still maintains the advantage, but he's got Greeno, Herhold, and Coleman there at halfway home. 6 down and 6 to go. Now Greeno makes the pass. Phelps back into 2nd. Herhold runs 3rd. Coleman runs 4th, but it's Juan Greeno. Greeno and Phelps. Herhold and Coleman. Greeno on cruise control. He's got a half a second on Phelps and Herhold. 2 to go. This time by. 2 laps remain. Greeno on his way. Greeno to the checkers, followed by Phelps, Coleman, and Herhold. That'll bring up the last of our heat races. On the pole be the 433 of Austin McGimbel. Outside, the 89, that's Cale Gross. Second row, the 811, that's Brandon Cavanaugh. Outside the 26, that's Trent Hollingsworth. A features coming up next for Junior 1, Junior 2, Clone Heavy, and then our Race of Champions. Hollingsworth, McInvale, Gross, and Cavanaugh. try it again. Green flag waves and we're off and running. McKinville and Kavanaugh running 1 and 2. Nose to tail of the front, McGinville and Kavanaugh. They've stretched it out a half a straightaway now. In front on Hollingsworth and Gross. Gross off the front straightaway, pulls it back up. Kavanaugh out of the inside. Kavanaugh around McGinville. And they stay nose to tail. Austin looking for a way back around if he can find one. Kavanaugh maintains the advantage in this final of our Senior King of the Champ heat races. Our Junior 1A feature coming up next, then Junior 2, then Clone Heavy, and then our Race of Champions. Kavanaugh maintains the advantage. Just can't shake McGinville. Coming to 2 to go. It'll be 2 to go this time. Kavanaugh and McGinville stay locked in that battle at the front, nose to tail. Now the white flag will be in the air. 1 to go. 1 to go. Kavanaugh gonna pick up the win. Kavanaugh wins it. McGinville comes home second. And Hollingsworth and Gross. That should bring us to our final 4 features of the night, starting in Junior 1. Followed by Junior 2, then our adult Clone Heavy, and then we'll have our final champ race of the night. That is our Race of Champions. All right, here comes our Junior 1 final. On the pole will be the 17M of Logan Minter. out of Brooks, Indiana, to his outside. From Middleport, New York, that's the 28 of Bryson Harriman. And starting shotgun on the field from Pontiac, Illinois, the 0 of Nash Delheimer. Minter won both rounds of heat races and earned that pole here in Junior 1. They did so in convincing fashion. Harriman and Delhammer battle back and forth in the 2 rounds of heats, and just as was the case in both rounds of heats earlier, Logan Minter is quickly out to a huge advantage. Junior 2 final coming up next, then adult clone heavy, and our race of champions. Minter stretching the advantage. Logan Minter stretching his advantage. Harriman now has pulled away from Delheimer. Harriman 1.7 back of Minter. Delheimer 2.5 seconds off the pace, just about a half a lap down to Delheimer. Minter holds the advantage as we come to halfway. 7 down, 8 to go. 8 down and 7 to go, actually. Just past halfway. It's been all Logan Minter. He has dominated Junior 1 tonight, winning every time he took to the speedway. Both rounds of heats, and well on his way here in the main event with a full straightaway on Harriman, and Harriman with another full straightaway back to Delheimer. Minter coming to what will be 2 to go this time by. 2 to go for Logan Minter. Bryson Harriman all alone in second. Nash Delheimer all alone in third. White flag. Final time around. Minter will complete the sweep of Junior 1 off of 4 to the checkers and the feature win. Harriman winds up 3 seconds back, and Delheimer 4.5. That'll bring up our Junior 2A feature. And they will start like this on the pole from Brooks, Indiana, the 21. That is Paige Minter. Outside from Pettisville, Ohio, 25. That is Colton Reichner. And then starting in the second row from Ashcombe, Illinois, the 99 of Cash Holohan. Minter and Reichner on the front row, with Holohan in row 2. 15 laps the distance. Junior 2A feature. Clone Heavy coming up next, and then our Race of Champions to finish things up. Motors coming to life. Reitner and Minter split the heat races. Reitner won the opener. Page won the second when they inverted the lineup. All right, here we go. Minter, Reitner, Holohan, 15 laps the distance in Junior 2. And the green flag waves and we're off. Holohan quickly to the inside on Minter, trying to hang on. Got a pretty good first lap, and he'll open it up by a couple of kart lengths. Here comes Reitner to the inside on Minter. Reitner into second. Holohan, Reitner and Minter. Holohan and Reitner, nose to tail. Here comes Reitner to the inside. Colton Reitner to the race lead. Reitner around Holohan. Field pretty evenly spaced as they run 1, 2, and 3. Minter trying to close the gap just a little bit on Holohan as he falls back a little bit further from Reitner. Reitner maintains the advantage at halfway, 7 down, 8 to go. Halfway home, it's Colton Reitner. Cash Holohan runs second. Paige Minter runs third. Five to go now. Reitner pulling away as the field has gotten spread out. Reitner with little to no trouble here in Junior 2. Clone Heavy final coming up next. And then our Race of Champions. Reitner now with a full straightaway. Checkered flag will wave as Reitner comes home with the win in Junior 2. Colton Reitner. Cash Holohan comes home second. Paige Minter winds up in third. That'll bring our Clone Heavy final to the Speedway for 15 laps. On the pole, and won both the heats. The 0 of Nathan Lynch out of Morocco, Indiana. to his outside, the 801 from New London, Iowa. That's Jonathan Coleman. Second row inside, Morongo, Indiana, the 8 of Sam Ingram. To his outside, Shearville, Indiana, the 04. That is Cameron Burngen. Lynch, Coleman, Ingram, and Burgeon. Lynch quickly out to the early advantage off the green flag. Race of Champions coming up next. Our final main event of the evening is the Race of Champions. Lynch opening up the advantage. Out front, Coleman running second. Ingram runs third. Coleman now drifts out wide, opens it up, allows both Ingram and Burgeon to get through, and then Coleman gets back in and around Burgeon and around Ingram. Sam with a spin down the back straightaway, and the caution will come out. Lynch had stretched it out to 1.3 seconds in just a couple of laps. So Nathan well on his way. Now they'll get bunched back up. I don't know if you notice as you watch that kart, you see that little speck of something down at the bottom of that zero? Yeah, that's the image of Turbo the snail. Remember that Disney movie about the racing snail? Yeah, that's on Nathan's go-kart. Ingram to the inside on Burgeon. Lynch continues to open the advantage. The battle is for third. Ingram in the 8. Burgeon in the 04. Lynch and Coleman have pretty well pulled away from that battle for third. And now Ingram trying to do the same, trying to pull away a little bit. Just past halfway, it's been Nathan Lynch from the start. And the advantage is half a straightaway and growing. Battle is tightened back up for third now with Ingram and Burgeon. Burgeon high off of turn 2, runs that back straightaway off the racing surface, kept it going, off again, just can't keep it on that corner. White flag coming here. 1 to go for Nathan Lynch. Coleman, Ingram, Burgeon. It's Lynch to the checkers and the win in Clone Heavy. Nathan Lynch, your winner. Jonathan Coleman home second. Sam Ingram. And then Cameron Bergen. And then there was our race of champions. Six drivers, all who have won or finished in the top three in the MCKS series over the past several years, including this season. And so this is how they will start. On the pole out of New London, Iowa, it's the 227 of Jonathan Coleman. To his outside from Paris, Illinois, the 61 of Buddy Wilson. Row number 2 on the inside from Braidwood, Illinois, that's the 18 of Jessica Hamilton. To the outside from New Lenox, Illinois, the 77 of Jacob Senerchia. Back row inside, Coal City, Illinois, the 811 of Brandon Kavanaugh. And to his outside from Danville, Illinois, that is the 79 of Randy Nesbitt. 6 drivers for 20 laps. Our race of champions. Coleman, Wilson, Hamilton, Senerchia, Kavanaugh, and Nesbitt to make up the race of champions. All have either won past championships or events this season or in previous seasons. Here and 20 hours there, and we go down south. So, but that all ended about 10 years ago. And I don't know. Man, you got to be getting some shots with that camera as they come right at you.
I got to get it closer.
Oh.
It's so far from the racing surface that it doesn't give me anything different. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring it down here and I'm going to pull a MPTV trick and stick it on the barrel and hope it don't. I love it when they just shove it right on the tire.
I'll tell you what, Matt does some crazy stuff.
He does. I watch it. It's like I've been doing it for 4 years myself. I like watching Matt stuff because it teaches me stuff that I can't do. It shows me stuff that I'm good at that I thought I was bad at. And one of them I can never, especially with a facility like this.
They have a little bit of a different setup. He has like a swing arm, so he can clip it to the fence, but stick it out about. So he has a little bit of a different setup.
I'm gonna buy one myself. Actually, I'm gonna buy a camera. CD camera, but
Some of those ones he used on the fence are just GoPro.
yeah.
Those ones with the fence cams, he just uses GoPro. He sets them up and
work at Anderson. So then I just kicking back and I was watching Thunder Hill on my phone.
Yeah.
And the next time I saw him ride, he goes, I said, you had two guys doing that. Wow, that was great. He goes, yeah, but neither one of them was at the track. Well, one of them was at the track because the late model guy was at the track. But he was sitting in the trailer watching it on TV as doing the color as the other guy was doing it from his living room or
See,
whatever, home studio.
I watched that
I'm
one.
like,
And
good Lord.
I said, they're not even trackside. I didn't know the one was in the trailer.
The one was in the trailer
But
trackside, but he wasn't trackside. I mean, he
That's
was
just-
there, but he was in their trailer. So he goes, yeah, we got the capability to do that. He said, I'm gonna hook you up, and we'll put you. I'm like, hey, I don't care. If you think you can, go right ahead.
What are you doing? Got a trial all the time.
Well, he hired me to go up there to Thunder Hill and Menominee for the spring race, and then it rained, and they had severe weather and wind damage, and some part of the track, part of the bleachers got messed up, so then they canceled that race. And then he had said something about this last weekend because they had their harvest hustle or something. And he had said something about, oh, we should try to get you to do color with the other, because I got the other guy already lined up. And I'm like, hey, if you want, but then that didn't materialize. So I watched a little bit of it. Like some pretty wicked wrecks. Oh, when they did that Illinois state. I see Adam Johnson's going to do that. AJCs are going to do an Illinois speed week, four tracks in 4 days. So I don't know what tracks yet or anything like that, but so yeah, they should definitely have them here. No, this is a massive tire race, and he goes to some of those, but yeah, AJC. I did all of his races this year.
Doesn't the AJ stand for Adam Johnson?
Yeah, it does. Yeah. And AJC is Adam Johnson Cuts. He used to just do tire. He used to cut tires and stuff like that. Now they have a company that they manufacture, and the tires, they're AJC on the tires. He sells tires and promotes races in the Midwest. Huh? Oh. Can you hire me? That'll drive my wife even more crazy. Like today, she's like, man, I thought this was going to be a short show. I said, I thought it was going to be a short show too. I would have charged more. If I'd known it was going to be quarter after, yeah, I know. Well, the AJC stuff, those are 14 to 16 hour days. Those are crazy. I mean, it's like 10 o'clock in the morning and we'll finish at midnight. And I'm like, oh my God, this is crazy. All right, let's do this. I don't know what we're waiting for, but let me. way.
Now here we are.
And now here we are, quarter after 11, and we're. There you go. He didn't really. Come on.
All right, here comes our race of champions. All series and or event champions over the past couple of years with the Midwest Champ Kart Series. Here comes our race of champions. This will be 20 laps. Randy Nesbitt, Jonathan Coleman, Buddy Wilson, Jessica Hamilton, Jacob Sinerchia, and Brandon Kavanaugh. 6 drivers, 20 laps. Our race of champions.
Scoot down. So I don't sit right in front of that guy.
No, you're good. I can move. Damn, Dave. Half the field's your jump card. I know. What was the sense? Still the best looking one. That's crazy. Yeah, you guys ran some good lap times in that heat. Holy shit. I said, holy shit, man, those times in your heat. Which one? 12-2? Last two? The last one. We're gonna go faster right here.
Who's driving Lynch's car?
Lynch isn't driving Lynch's car?
I don't think so. Put a different helmet on. I guess it's good. I don't know, we got 2 missing days.
He did. He tried to roll out of it.
We have 6 drivers entered, but 8 drivers on the track.
Why are you going to the back?
Oh, his side fell off. That's why.
Oh.
Well, you guys are supposed to screw those up. Don't go off, you'll get DQ'd.
The middle.
Oh, Provenzino is. Lynch.
Hey, Dominic, you're supposed to screw those in. Huh? You're supposed to screw those in. What? You're supposed to screw those in.
No, really, you're supposed to pin him in one. Hey!
A little last minute work on the 811 of Brandon Kavanaugh. Side panel fell off. Kavanaugh is good to go. Field gets the 1 to go. Nesbitt, Hamilton, Kavanaugh. Center Chia, Wilson, Provenzano, Coleman, and Lynch. Off and running, green flag we go. Hamilton quickly to the inside with Kavanaugh and Wilson. Kavanaugh and Wilson coming through. Hamilton, Kavanaugh, Wilson, 1, 2, and 3. Nesbitt runs 4. Lynch now moving inside Provenzano. Hamilton out in front. The difference about a half second. Five complete, 15 to go. Hamilton holds the advantage. Buddy Wilson running 3rd. Nathan Lynch runs 4th. Caution coming out. Coleman. Seven laps complete, 13 laps to go. Jessica Hamilton, your leader in the race of champions, followed by Kavanaugh, Wilson, Lynch, and Provenzano. Kavanaugh right up on the back bumper into turn 1, looking for an opening. Lynch up high. No, Provenzano. Buddy Wilson, 61, ends up off the top. Just about halfway home here. 9 down, 11 to go. Nine laps complete. Jessica Hamilton has been your leader from the get-go. Kavanaugh, Lynch, Provenzano, and Nesbitt, your top 5. After the spin by Buddy Wilson. Coming back to the green. Off of 4. Hamilton leads the long line. First 4 nose to tail, then a bit of a gap. Wilson gets hooked up with Coleman. And the caution will come out. Wilson and Coleman at the back of the field got tangled. Still 9 laps down. 11 laps to go. There's been no change at the front of this one. Jessica Hamilton took the lead into turn 1, and she's never given it up. But she's never been able to shake the guys behind her. I mean, they're bumping on the back, they're right on that back bumper. I know she feels it every once in a while. Lynch is there. Provenzano, Nesbitt. Center Chia, Wilson, and Coleman and Wilson. Back to the last completed lap. Still 9 down, 11 to go. And here we go again. Off of 4, Green's back in the air. Front 3 this time with a little bit of a break. Now everybody tucks back in. Hamilton, Kavanaugh. Wilson gets to the inside on Coleman. Front 3 are nose to tail. Provenzano moves in as well. Zoe into the 4 spot and closing on Lynch. Bit of a gap now to Nesbitt. Center Chia trying to get through. Hamilton out by 2/10 on Kavanaugh, Lynch, and Provenzano. Kavanaugh trying to stay right there. Five to go right here. 15 down and 5 to go. It's been Hamilton wire to wire. Kavanaugh, Lynch, Provenzano, Nesbitt, Hamilton. Front 4 all stay close, but Jessica Hamilton has them covered. 2 laps to go. 2 to go for Hamilton. Kavanaugh, Lynch, and Provenzano. White flag. 1 to go for Hamilton. Off of 4, she'll go wire to wire and win the Race of Champions. Hamilton wins it, followed by Kavanaugh, Lynch, and Provenzano.
Shoved him so hard. Like, he didn't have it, but then he's like, no, you got it.
Yep, I'm gonna help you.